Over 2,000 years ago, in the heart of ancient India, a powerful emperor ruled over one of the largest empires the region had ever seen. His name was Ashoka, and his story begins not with peace but with war. Born in 304 BCE, Ashoka was a member of the Maurya dynasty, the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of the dynasty that united much of the Indian subcontinent. From a young age, Ashoka showed intelligence, skill in leadership, and a fierce nature. His father, Bindusara, was emperor before him, and while Ashoka was not the eldest son, he quickly proved himself more capable than his brothers. He earned the nickname Ashoka the Fierce as a young prince, feared even by his own family. When his father died, a struggle for the throne erupted. Ashoka emerged victorious, but only after a brutal power struggle, said to involve the deaths of many of his own kin. Once he became emperor around 268 BCE, Ashoka focused on expanding his empire. At its height, the Mauryan Empire stretched from present-day Afghanistan in the west to Bangladesh in the east and deep into southern India. The turning point in Ashoka's life and the reason he is remembered as Ashoka the Great came after the Kalinga War. Kalinga was a small, independent region on the east coast of India that resisted being brought into the Mauryan Empire. Ashoka launched a massive campaign to conquer it. The war was devastating. It's said that over 100,000 people were killed and even more were injured or displaced. After the conquest, Ashoka walked through the battlefield, seeing the wounded, the dying, and the grieving. The sheer horror of what he had done changed him forever. This was the moment Ashoka chose a different path. He turned away from violence and embraced the teachings of Buddhism, which emphasized compassion, nonviolence, and mindfulness. This was not just a personal change, it became a new philosophy of rule. Ashoka became a king who ruled with wisdom, kindness, and a deep concern for his people. He ordered that hospitals be built for humans and animals. He set up rest houses and wells along roads for travelers. He treated prisoners humanely and encouraged ethical behavior throughout the empire. He even sent Buddhist missionaries to far-off lands, including Sri Lanka, Egypt, and Greece, spreading messages of peace and tolerance. Ashoka had messages carved into stone pillars and rocks throughout his empire, written in local languages so that ordinary people could understand them. These are now known as the Edicts of Ashoka. They reveal a ruler who was deeply committed to moral governance, one who believed that true greatness lay not in conquest but in kindness and justice. He asked his officials to avoid arrogance, to listen to the people, and to act with fairness. Ashoka also respected other religions, even while promoting Buddhist values, and urged his subjects to treat each other with respect regardless of belief. As you breathe slowly and let your body relax, picture Ashoka's empire not a land filled with marching armies and conquest, but a realm where gardens bloom near temples, where people from many lands and faiths live side by side, and where a once fierce emperor now walks gently among his people. Ashoka's reign, especially after the Kalinga War, is seen as one of the earliest and most inspiring examples of a ruler choosing peace over power. He showed the world that even the most powerful king could find wisdom and humility, and that transformation was possible, even for those who had once caused great suffering. His story reminds us that true greatness doesn't come from the sword, but from the strength it takes to lay the sword down. And as the night deepens, and you feel the calm settling in, imagine Ashoka, the emperor who changed the course of his life and his empire by choosing compassion. His legacy still whispers through the trees of ancient ruins and the pages of history, telling us that the gentlest leaders often leave the most powerful marks. In the early 1600s, Sweden was not yet the powerful nation many would come to know. It was a land of forests, lakes, and long winters, still finding its place among the great powers of Europe. But then came a king young, bold, and brilliant who would lead his people into a new era. His name was Gustavus Adolphus, and he would earn the nickname the Lion of the North. Born in 1594, Gustavus was just 16 years old when he became king in 1611. From the very beginning, he faced enormous challenges. Sweden was at war with Denmark, Poland, and Russia, three powerful enemies. His country was small and its resources limited. But Gustavus was not ordinary. He was a military genius with a deep sense of responsibility and care for his people. He believed that the role of a king was not to rule with fear, but with wisdom and fairness. He worked hard to reform Sweden from the inside out. He improved the country's education system, helped modernize its economy, and made sure that even the poor had a voice in government. He also believed in religious tolerance, a rare thing at the time, and allowed people to worship freely. But Gustavus is most famous for his role in the 30 Years' War, a massive conflict that tore Europe apart between 1618 and 1648. The war was fought between Catholic and Protestant states, and Gustavus led Sweden into it not just for politics, but because he believed he could help protect Protestant lands from destruction. His army was different from others. He treated his soldiers well, paid them regularly, and gave them better training and equipment. He changed how battles were fought, using smaller, faster units that could move quickly and strike with great power. These innovations helped him win major victories against larger and better equipped armies. People in Europe were amazed. How could a king from such a small country defeat great empires? But Gustavus was not driven by glory alone. He deeply believed in his mission and often prayed before battle. He didn't hide in safety. He rode at the front of his troops, sword in hand, inspiring them by example. In 1632, during the Battle of Lutzen in Germany, Gustavus once again led his men into the heart of the fight. The fog was thick, and the gunpowder smoke made it even harder to see. In the chaos, the king became separated from his men. He was shot and killed on the battlefield. He was only 37 years old. The news of his death spread quickly, and people across Europe mourned the loss of a leader who had brought justice and hope into a time of fear and war. His soldiers cried not just for their king, but for a man they loved. He had changed the way war was fought and how kings ruled. Today, Gustavus Adolphus is remembered not just as a warrior, but as a builder of modern Sweden. His leadership helped his nation rise from obscurity to power, and his vision left a legacy that shaped Northern Europe for centuries. As you lie back, your eyes growing heavier, imagine the snow-covered forests of Sweden, the frozen rivers winding through the landscape, and the soft hooves of horses crossing fields before dawn. Picture a young king, standing tall, his eyes clear, his armor gleaming as the sun rises over a battlefield. But instead of the sound of war, you hear only silence. Now the peace that follows when a leader fights not for himself, but for something greater. Gustavus Adolphus reminds us that greatness comes from courage and compassion. That leadership is about care as much as strength, and that even in times of darkness, one voice, one heart, and one vision can change the course of history. A long time ago in the land we now call India, there lived a king named Akbar. And he wasn't just any king, he was an emperor, one of the most powerful rulers the Indian subcontinent had ever known. He was born in 1542 in a desert fortress in what is now Pakistan. And from the moment of his birth, his life was marked by struggle and ambition. His father, Humayun, was a Mughal emperor who lost his throne when Akbar was just a child, forcing the family into exile. But destiny had something else in store. When Akbar was only 13 years old, his father died, and the young boy suddenly became the ruler of an empire that was fractured, unstable, and under constant threat from rival kingdoms. Most people would be overwhelmed by such responsibility at such a young age, but not Akbar. With the help of loyal generals and advisors, he began to fight back, leading his armies into battle before he was even fully grown. He was known for his bravery on the battlefield and for his ability to win the loyalty of not just his soldiers, but also the local rulers and people in the regions he conquered. What made Akbar different from many other kings was that he didn't just want power, he wanted unity. He ruled over a land that was incredibly diverse, with people of many religions, languages, and cultures. Instead of trying to force everyone to be the same, Akbar tried to bring them together. He welcomed Hindus, Muslims, Jains, Christians, and people of many faiths into his court. He ended unfair taxes on non-Muslims and married Hindu princesses to build alliances not just through war, but through trust. He even created a special group in his court where religious leaders from different backgrounds could sit together and talk about their beliefs. It was called the Ibadat Khana, the house of worship, and in this place, Akbar listened, learned, and tried to find a path to peace in a world that was often divided. He believed that a good ruler must treat all subjects fairly, no matter their religion, and he put that belief into action. He promoted people based on their talent, not their background. He appointed Hindus to high positions in his government, and he tried to understand the customs and traditions of the people he ruled. Akbar could not read or write himself, but he loved knowledge and surrounded himself with scholars, poets, historians, and artists. His court became a center of culture and creativity. He ordered the writing of detailed histories, supported the translation of religious texts, and encouraged the arts to flourish. Painters created vivid images, musicians composed beautiful melodies, and architects built grand palaces and fortresses that still stand today. Under Akbar's rule, the Mughal Empire grew to cover much of the Indian subcontinent, and it became stronger, richer, and more united than ever before. But his greatness wasn't just in the land he conquered, it was in how he ruled. He listened. He learned. He tried to understand. He believed in justice and fairness, and though he lived in a time when many rulers were cruel or selfish, Akbar earned the title, the Great, not because he demanded it, but because his people saw it in his actions. He ruled for nearly 50 years, and when he died in 1605, he left behind not only a vast empire, but a vision of leadership that valued wisdom, compassion, and strength. As you drift off to sleep, picture the royal palaces lit by soft lanterns, the sound of gentle music in the air, and the wise young emperor sitting beneath a canopy of stars, listening to the voices of many faiths, guiding his people with patience and peace. Imagine a time in history when one man ruled over lands so vast that the sun was always shining somewhere in his empire, and that man was Charles V, a king who became emperor not just of one country, but of many, whose power stretched across Europe, the Americas, and even parts of Asia and Africa. Born in 1500 in Ghent, in modern-day Belgium, Charles was the grandson of two of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, and the son of Philip the Handsome of the Habsburg family and Joanna of Castile. From the moment he was born, he was destined for greatness, inheriting a patchwork of kingdoms and territories that gave him more land than any ruler of his time. By the time he was a teenager, he had become King of Spain, ruler of the Netherlands, Duke of Burgundy, King of Naples and Sicily, and soon after, in 1519, he was elected Holy Roman Emperor, making him the most powerful man in Europe, with dominions that stretched from the Americas to Austria, from the Philippines to Peru. His court spoke many languages, his soldiers wore many uniforms, and his problems came from all directions. Being emperor of such a massive realm was not easy, and Charles spent most of his life traveling from one place to another, trying to keep peace, stop rebellions, and defend his territories. During his reign, the world was changing fast. Explorers were discovering new lands, scientists were challenging old beliefs, and religious battles were dividing Europe. The Protestant Reformation had just begun, sparked by Martin Luther, and Charles, a devout Catholic, found himself fighting to keep the Christian world united under the Church of Rome. He led wars against Protestant princes in Germany, battled the Ottoman Turks who threatened Europe from the east, and struggled with the ambitious King of France who wanted to take his lands. Yet despite the wars and conflicts, Charles believed he had a duty to protect the idea of a united Christian Europe. He saw himself not just as a ruler but as a servant of God, entrusted with the mission of keeping peace and faith across the world. But the task proved overwhelming. The empire was too large, the differences too great, and the demands too constant. Charles was not a cold ruler. He cared deeply about his people and often showed signs of sorrow and exhaustion. He suffered from gout, a painful disease that left him unable to walk, and as the years went on, he grew tired of war and politics. In a rare and surprising move, Charles decided to give up his throne, something few rulers ever do voluntarily. In 1556, he divided his empire, giving the Spanish lands and colonies to his son, Philip II, and the Holy Roman Empire to his brother Ferdinand. He then retired to a quiet monastery in Spain, where he spent the last years of his life in prayer, reflection, and simple living. The man who once ruled a world empire, who stood against kings, popes, and armies, ended his days in solitude, watching the sunset over the hills, thinking about the weight of power and the fleeting nature of glory. Charles V remains one of history's most fascinating figures, a man whose life spanned an age of discovery, conflict, and transformation. He tried to hold the world together, to balance faith and power, and though he could not stop the changes of time, his legacy shaped the modern world. So as you lay your head down and close your eyes, imagine the sound of horses crossing the Alps, the bells of distant churches ringing in unison, and the candlelight flickering inside a great emperor's chamber, where maps covered the walls and dreams of peace whispered quietly through the halls of power. Charles V was not perfect, but in his struggle to unite a world divided, he left behind a story as vast and complex as the empire he once ruled. Long ago, in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, there was a boy named Alexander who would grow up to be one of the most legendary rulers the world has ever known. He was born in 356 BCE, the son of King Philip II, a powerful king who united the Greek city-states and built a formidable empire. But Alexander's story began not with his father's power, but with his own fierce determination to conquer the world. From a young age, Alexander showed a brilliant mind and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. His tutor was none other than the great philosopher Aristotle, who taught him about philosophy, science, and the art of war. As Alexander grew, so did his ambition. He dreamed not just of ruling his father's kingdom, but of creating an empire that spanned the known world. He believed that greatness lay in conquest, and he was prepared to fight for it. At the age of 20, Alexander was thrust into power after the sudden assassination of his father. Though young, he was determined to prove himself worthy of the throne. He quickly subdued those who sought to challenge him, solidifying his rule over Greece. But Alexander's gaze turned eastward, toward the vast Persian Empire that stretched across Asia. He believed that his destiny was to conquer it, and with that goal in mind, he set out on a journey that would change the world forever. In 334 BCE, Alexander crossed the Hellespont into Asia Minor, marking the beginning of his epic campaign. His first major victory came at the Battle of Granicus, where he defeated the Persian forces with the brilliance of a master tactician. With each victory, Alexander's legend grew. He captured the great city of Tyre after a 7-month siege, a feat that displayed both his strategic genius and his relentless drive. In Egypt, Alexander was hailed as a liberator and crowned pharaoh, cementing his power in the region. But his greatest triumph came at the Battle of Gaugamela in 331 BCE, where he defeated the Persian king, Darius III. This victory shattered the Persian Empire, and Alexander became the ruler of vast lands stretching from Greece to Egypt and beyond. Yet Alexander's ambitions did not stop there. His eyes turned even further east, toward India, where he faced his most formidable challenge, yet the powerful Indian king Porus. The battle that followed at the Hydaspes River was hard-fought, but Alexander emerged victorious. It was a costly win, and his troops, exhausted from years of constant warfare, refused to march further. Alexander, though heartbroken, was forced to turn back. As he returned to Babylon, Alexander's health began to fail him. After years of campaigning, his body had been pushed to its limits. In 323 BCE, at the age of just 32, Alexander died unexpectedly in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II. His death shocked the world, and yet his name has lived on for more than 2,000 years. Alexander the Great's story is not just one of conquest, but of a young man who believed he was destined for greatness. His empire, though short-lived, became one of the largest in history. His legacy is not just in the lands he conquered, but in the culture he spread. Hellenistic influence shaped the regions he ruled, leaving a lasting imprint on history. As you close your eyes tonight, think of the distant lands Alexander once conquered, and imagine the dream of a boy who became a king and changed the world forever. In the warm sands of ancient Egypt, a king was born who would come to embody the very essence of divine power. His name was Ramses II, but history would come to call him Ramses the Great. He was born in 1303 BCE, the son of Seti I, a powerful pharaoh who had already made his mark on Egypt's history. But from the moment Ramses was born, it was clear that he would surpass even his father's greatness. Ramses II ascended to the throne at the age of 25, and from the very beginning, he made his presence known. With a reign that would last 66 years, he would become one of Egypt's most iconic rulers, his name etched into the monuments, temples, and walls of Egypt that still stand today, telling the story of a king whose legacy would endure for millennia. Ramses II was not just a ruler, he was a warrior. He led Egypt into battle with courage and strength, and his military campaigns became legendary. One of the most famous battles of his reign took place at Kadesh against the mighty Hittite Empire. The battle was fierce, with both sides claiming victory, but Ramses' ability to escape what seemed like certain defeat solidified his reputation as a master tactician. Though the battle was indecisive, Ramses spun it into a monumental triumph, declaring it a victory in his inscriptions, a victory of the pharaoh over his enemies. But Ramses was not just a king of war, he was a builder. His reign is marked by a remarkable number of construction projects. He ordered the building of grand temples, massive statues, and beautiful monuments, each one a testament to his power and devotion to the gods. Perhaps the most famous of these is the temple at Abu Simbel, a magnificent structure carved into the mountainside. It stands as a reminder of his greatness and his desire to be remembered for eternity. Ramses' reign was also marked by diplomacy. After years of conflict with the Hittites, Ramses signed the first known peace treaty in history, an agreement that would last for generations and bring stability to Egypt and its neighbors. He married several women, the most famous being Nefertari, and had many children, ensuring his legacy would continue for centuries through his descendants. But it was not just his military victories or grand buildings that made Ramses great. It was his ability to shape the identity of Egypt itself. Under his rule, Egypt flourished, with the arts, literature, and trade reaching new heights. Ramses was revered as a god, both in life and in death. His image was everywhere, on the walls of temples, in statues, and in the hearts of his people. As the years passed, Ramses II's health began to decline, but his legacy remained as strong as ever. When he died in 1213 BCE, at the age of 90, he was buried in a grand tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Though his body has long since passed into dust, the monuments he built and the stories of his greatness continue to stand as symbols of the enduring power of a king who sought immortality through his deeds. Even today, Ramses II's name is spoken with reverence. His reign marked the peak of the New Kingdom and the zenith of Egypt's power. He was a king who knew that his place in history would be secure, not by the wars he fought, but by the monuments he built, the peace he forged, and the legacy of Egypt that he preserved. As you rest tonight, imagine the towering statues of Ramses standing proudly in the desert, the quiet sands whispering the name of a king who ruled for eternity, a king whose greatness echoes across the ages. Once, in the heart of a continent torn by chaos and division, there was a king who sought to unite the lands of Europe under one banner. His name was Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, and he was born in 747 CE, into the powerful Carolingian dynasty. His father, Pepin the Short, had already set the foundation for a strong kingdom, but Charlemagne's vision was far greater than just ruling a single realm. He dreamed of a united Europe, where knowledge, faith, and power would combine to create an empire that could rival the glory of Rome. Charlemagne's rise to power was not easy. Upon his father's death, Charlemagne became king of the Franks, a people spread across what we now know as modern-day France, Germany, and beyond. He quickly proved himself a capable ruler, expanding his kingdom through a series of military campaigns that pushed the borders of his realm further and further. His army was fierce and disciplined, but it was his intelligence and determination that truly set him apart from other kings. One of Charlemagne's most significant achievements was his unification of much of Western Europe. His conquests brought together the disparate kingdoms and tribes that had long been fragmented after the fall of the Roman Empire. Charlemagne ruled with the belief that only through unity could Europe regain its strength, and so he pushed forward, establishing a new empire known as the Carolingian Empire. In 800 CE, Charlemagne's reign reached its pinnacle when Pope Leo III crowned him Emperor of the Romans on Christmas Day. This event marked the rebirth of the idea of a unified Christian empire in the West, a vision that had been lost since the fall of the Roman Empire centuries before. Charlemagne was now not just a king, but the emperor of a vast and powerful empire that spanned much of Western Europe, from the Pyrenees in the south to the North Sea in the north, and from the Atlantic Ocean to the borders of Germany and Italy. But Charlemagne's reign was not just about conquest and power, it was also about culture and learning. He understood that an empire could not thrive on military might alone. He encouraged the revival of learning and culture, inviting scholars from across Europe to his court. He established schools where the children of nobility were taught the ways of knowledge, and he sought to preserve the ancient texts of Rome and Greece, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would not be lost to time. This period of cultural revival became known as the Carolingian Renaissance, and it laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing that would follow in the centuries to come. Charlemagne's reign also marked a golden age of Christianity in Europe. He worked closely with the Church, ensuring that Christianity would become the unifying force across his empire. He built churches and monasteries, and he promoted the spread of Christian teachings throughout his lands. His relationship with the Pope was a central aspect of his reign, and he understood that his power was intertwined with the Church's authority. As Charlemagne grew older, the pressures of ruling such a vast empire began to take their toll. In his later years, he divided the empire among his sons, hoping to preserve the unity he had fought so hard to achieve. But after his death in 814 CE, the Carolingian Empire began to fracture, and it would never again be as unified as it had been under his rule. Charlemagne passed away at the age of 72, but his legacy lived on. He is remembered not just for the lands he ruled, but for the vision he had of a united Europe, a vision that would inspire future generations of kings and emperors. His reign was a pivotal moment in history, a bridge between the ancient world and the medieval era. Charlemagne is often called the father of Europe for the role he played in shaping the continent into the unified world it would eventually become. As you drift to sleep tonight, think of Charlemagne's grand empire, stretching across the hills and valleys of Europe, where knowledge and faith were brought together by the will of a single man. His story reminds us that true greatness lies not in the power to conquer, but in the vision to unite, and the wisdom to ensure that legacy lasts beyond a lifetime. In the golden halls of Versailles, surrounded by luxury, grandeur, and the finest of everything, there lived a king whose name would become synonymous with absolute power. His name was Louis XIV, but history would forever remember him as the Sun King. Born in 1638, Louis was thrust into the role of monarch at a young age, inheriting the throne of France at the age of 5, after the death of his father, Louis XIII. But it would not be until he came of age that he would truly begin to shape his reign, and he would do so with unrivaled authority. Louis XIV ascended the throne in 1661, after the death of his chief minister, Cardinal Mazarin. He was now the sole ruler of France, and he quickly began to consolidate power in his own hands. Determined to leave an indelible mark on France, Louis believed that the king was the center of all things in his realm, that the sun, the very symbol of light and power, revolved around him. And so he made himself the very center of his court, his government, and the nation. One of Louis's first acts as king was to bring the nobility to his palace at Versailles, a stunning royal residence that he had transformed from a hunting lodge into one of the grandest palaces the world had ever seen. At Versailles, the nobility were kept close, under constant surveillance, their every move orchestrated by the king's court. This centralization of power in the hands of Louis XIV allowed him to maintain complete control over the French government and ensure that no one could challenge his absolute authority. Louis's reign was marked by a series of wars, but they were not the only legacy he left behind. France under Louis XIV became the most powerful country in Europe, its influence stretching across the continent. He sought to expand France's borders, and his military campaigns were often brutal, though they did bring significant territorial gains. His wars, however, were costly, and in the end, they drained France's resources. But despite these struggles, Louis XIV remained determined to uphold the splendor of his court and his image as the Sun King. Perhaps Louis's greatest achievement was his role in shaping French culture. He was a patron of the arts, and his court became the center of fashion, music, and theater. The finest artists and musicians were invited to Versailles, where they performed for the king and his courtiers. Louis XIV's influence on French culture was so profound that it became known as the Age of Louis XIV. Under his rule, France became the cultural leader of Europe, setting trends that would influence the entire continent. Yet, for all his power and grandeur, Louis's later years were marked by difficulty. The wars he waged left France deeply in debt, and his health began to fail him. The king who had once commanded everything with the power of his will now face the inevitability of his own mortality. When Louis XIV died in 1715 at the age of 76, his legacy was both magnificent and complicated. His reign had left France with an immense sense of grandeur, but also with significant challenges, from economic hardship to political unrest. Despite these complexities, Louis XIV's legacy endures. He defined the nature of royal power, not just in France, but across Europe, and his court at Versailles remains a symbol of the absolute monarchy. The idea of the king as the sun, radiating power and influence, became the model for monarchs for centuries to come. And as you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine the golden halls of Versailles, where the light of Louis XIV's reign shone bright, and where the Sun King himself reigned with unmatched splendor and might. In the misty land of England, where the green fields stretch endlessly beneath a sky that seems to hold both promise and foreboding, there lived a king whose name became as legendary as the empire he sought to build. His name was Henry VIII, and he was born in 1491, the second son of King Henry VII. From a young age, Henry was not destined to inherit the throne, as his older brother Arthur was next in line. But fate would soon intervene. When Arthur tragically died, Henry found himself unexpectedly crowned king in 1509, at just 17 years old. Henry VIII is often remembered for his many marriages, but his reign was far more complex than that. As a young man, Henry was full of ambition, energy, and vision. He was determined to establish a strong and prosperous kingdom, and he saw himself as a monarch who could bring power, glory, and respect to England. His early years as king were marked by efforts to strengthen the crown and expand England's influence in Europe. He was a skilled athlete, a patron of the arts, and a capable leader in battle. But it was his personal life that would forever change the course of history. Henry's desire for a male heir became a driving force throughout his reign. His first marriage to Catherine of Aragon, the widow of his brother, seemed promising at first, but it soon became clear that Catherine could not provide him with the son he desperately wanted. In his quest for a male heir, Henry's desperation led him to break away from the Catholic Church and establish the Church of England, a bold and radical decision that would forever alter the religious landscape of England and the wider world. The creation of the Church of England was not just about marriage, it was about power, both political and spiritual. Henry sought to control his kingdom's destiny, free from the influence of the Pope in Rome. This dramatic move, known as the English Reformation, was not without its consequences. It led to a series of religious upheavals, with Catholics and Protestants clashing, and many lives lost to the turmoil that followed. Throughout his reign, Henry was not only a king obsessed with his legacy, but also a monarch who knew how to wield power. He established a strong, centralized government and worked tirelessly to increase the wealth and influence of England. His reign saw the development of a powerful navy, which would later become one of the most feared forces in the world. Under Henry's leadership, England began to emerge as a formidable European power, setting the stage for the age of exploration and the rise of the British Empire. But despite all his political and military successes, Henry's personal life became his greatest legacy. His 6 marriages, the execution of 2 of his wives, and his dramatic shifts in religious allegiance made him one of history's most notorious figures. Yet his reign was marked by extraordinary change. His split from Rome left England with a legacy of religious transformation that would echo through the centuries. When Henry VIII died in 1547, he left behind a kingdom that had been radically transformed. The Church of England was firmly established, and the Tudor dynasty was secure at least for the time being. His son, Edward VI, succeeded him, but it would be Henry's daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, who would carry his legacy into the future. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine the towering spires of Henry's palaces, the grand halls where political decisions were made, and the deep echoes of a king who transformed his nation in ways that would resonate for centuries to come. Henry VIII's reign was a complex one, marked by both brilliance and tragedy, reminding us that sometimes the pursuit of power and legacy can lead to both glory and great personal cost. Long ago, in the ancient land of Israel, there was a king who was renowned not for his military prowess or his conquests, but for his wisdom. His name was Solomon, and he was the son of David, one of the greatest kings in Hebrew history. Solomon ascended to the throne around 970 BCE, at a time when Israel was a united kingdom, strong and prosperous. He was known for his keen intellect, his deep understanding of the world, and his ability to judge with fairness and insight. As a young king, Solomon inherited a kingdom that was at peace, a rare gift in the tumultuous world of ancient times. But while his father, King David, had established the kingdom's might through war, Solomon was determined to build his reign on peace, wisdom, and prosperity. He sought to strengthen his kingdom by fostering good relations with neighboring nations and focusing on trade, culture, and religious devotion. Solomon's wisdom became legendary, spreading far and wide, and people from distant lands came to seek his counsel. One of the most famous stories of Solomon's wisdom is the tale of the 2 women who came before him, each claiming to be the mother of a baby. Solomon, in his great wisdom, proposed to cut the child in half and give each woman half of the baby. The true mother immediately offered to give up her claim to the child in order to save its life, revealing herself as the real mother. This story became a symbol of Solomon's exceptional ability to judge wisely and justly. In addition to his wisdom, Solomon was a builder. One of his most remarkable achievements was the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem, a magnificent structure that would become the center of worship for the people of Israel. The temple was not just a place of worship, it was a symbol of the strength and unity of Solomon's kingdom, a place where the people could come together in faith and devotion. But Solomon's reign was not without challenges. While he was able to maintain peace through diplomacy and trade, he faced difficulties at home, including tensions with his own people. Some criticized him for the heavy burdens he placed on his subjects, particularly the forced labor required to build the temple and his many grand projects. Over time, Solomon's kingdom began to experience strain, and after his death, The kingdom was divided into two separate nations, Israel in the north and Judah in the south. Despite these challenges, Solomon's legacy endured. He is remembered not only for his wisdom and his reign of peace, but also for his contributions to Israel's culture, religion, and identity. The proverbs and songs attributed to Solomon are still revered today, and his story serves as a reminder that true strength lies not in war, but in the ability to govern with wisdom, fairness, and a deep sense of justice. As you drift to sleep tonight, imagine the peaceful courtyards of Solomon's court, the sounds of scholars discussing philosophy, and the golden rays of the sun shining down on the magnificent temple in Jerusalem. The story of King Solomon reminds us that the greatest kings are not those who conquer by force, but those who build legacies of wisdom, peace, and understanding. In the ancient world, where empires rose and fell like the shifting sands, there was one king whose name would echo through history, not for the size of his conquests, but for the wisdom with which he ruled. His name was Cyrus the Great, and he was born around 600 BCE in the region of Persia, in what is now modern-day Iran. By the time of his death, in 530 BCE, Cyrus had created one of the largest empires the world had ever seen, stretching from the Indus River in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, encompassing vast stretches of land and many different cultures. What set Cyrus apart from other conquerors of his time was not his military prowess, though he was undoubtedly a skilled strategist, but his philosophy of governance. He was a man who believed in the strength of tolerance, kindness, and respect for the cultures and religions of the peoples he ruled. In an age when empires often crushed their subjects underfoot, Cyrus did something extraordinary. He built his empire on the principles of respect and cooperation, rather than fear and oppression. Cyrus's rise to power began when he overthrew the Median Empire in 550 BCE, uniting the Persian and Median peoples under his banner. From there, he went on to conquer the mighty kingdom of Lydia and the vast empire of Babylon, which was one of the wealthiest and most powerful empires of the time. But instead of enslaving or destroying the conquered peoples, Cyrus allowed them to retain their customs and beliefs, something that was unheard of in the ancient world. One of the most remarkable moments in Cyrus's reign came when he conquered Babylon in 539 BCE. The Babylonians had long been under the rule of a cruel king, and the people had suffered under his reign. But when Cyrus entered the city, he did not destroy it or its people. Instead, he respected their traditions and even allowed the exiled Jewish people, who had been taken captive by the Babylonians, to return to their homeland and rebuild their temple in Jerusalem. Cyrus's empire was not only vast but remarkably stable for its time. His leadership style was one of inclusion and understanding, and he took great care to appoint local rulers who were familiar with the cultures and customs of the people they governed. He also established a system of satraps, regional governors, who helped manage the empire's far-flung territories. This decentralized system allowed for local autonomy while still maintaining loyalty to the Persian crown. Yet despite his kindness and wisdom, Cyrus was a man of action, and he never hesitated to defend his empire against external threats. His military campaigns were swift and decisive, but they were also marked by a sense of justice. He fought not to conquer for the sake of power, but to ensure the peace and security of his people. When Cyrus died in 530 BCE, his empire was left in the hands of his son, Cambyses II, and though the empire would later fragment, Cyrus's legacy lived on. His model of tolerance and respect for the cultures of his subjects became an enduring example for future leaders. In fact, many of the world's great leaders, including Alexander the Great, admired Cyrus and sought to emulate his style of rule. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the vast Persian landscapes, the bustling streets of Babylon, and the gentle but firm rule of a king who built an empire not on fear, but on respect, tolerance, and wisdom. Cyrus the Great's reign reminds us that true power does not come from domination, but from the ability to build a society where people are allowed to live in peace, with dignity, and with respect for one another. In a time when the kingdoms of England were under constant threat from fierce invaders, there emerged a king whose name would be forever associated with wisdom, courage, and resilience. His name was Alfred, and he became known as Alfred the Great. Born around 849 CE, Alfred was the youngest of 5 sons, and his early life was one of uncertainty, as the kingdom of Wessex, where he was born, was constantly under attack from Viking raids. But Alfred's destiny was far greater than simply surviving these raids. He would become one of the most revered kings in English history. Alfred's rise to power came at a time when the Viking invasions were wreaking havoc on England. By the time he became king in 871, much of the country had been ravaged by these relentless raids, and many of the smaller kingdoms had fallen under Viking control. But Alfred was not a man to surrender to fate. He knew that for England to survive, it needed a king who was both a warrior and a visionary, someone who could unite the fractured kingdoms and lead them into a new era. The defining moment of Alfred's reign came during the infamous Battle of Edington in 878. By this time, the Vikings, led by the Danish chieftain Guthrum, had taken control of most of England, and Wessex was their last stronghold. Alfred, though outnumbered and exhausted, refused to give up. He gathered his forces, rallied his people, and faced the Viking army in a decisive battle. The battle was fierce, but Alfred's strategic brilliance, combined with his unyielding determination, led to a victory that would change the course of history. After his triumph at Edington, Alfred did something that many would not have expected. Rather than simply driving the Vikings out, he offered Guthrum peace, making a treaty that allowed the Vikings to settle in part of England while guaranteeing the safety of his own people. This act of mercy was not weakness but a demonstration of Alfred's wisdom. He knew that the key to England's survival lay not in endless war but in finding a way to coexist with the Vikings. This treaty eventually led to the establishment of the Danelaw, a region of England ruled by the Vikings, but with Alfred's influence spreading to ensure the protection of the Anglo-Saxons. But Alfred's legacy was not only in his victories on the battlefield, it was in how he transformed England from a land of constant warfare into one of cultural revival and stability. Alfred was not just a warrior king, he was a patron of learning and a scholar himself. He believed that for England to be truly strong, it needed to be educated, and so he worked to promote literacy and learning, especially among the clergy. Alfred encouraged the translation of Latin texts into Old English so that more people could understand the wisdom of the ancient world. He even translated some texts himself, showing that a king could be both a soldier and a scholar. Alfred also established a legal code, which laid the foundation for English common law. His laws emphasized fairness, justice, and the protection of the weak. Under his rule, the Kingdom of Wessex flourished with a strong economy, a reformed legal system, and a united people. He built a network of fortified towns known as burhs to protect against future Viking invasions, and he ensured that his military forces were always prepared for battle, but with a focus on defending the people, not conquering them. Alfred the Great died in 899, but his legacy lived on long after his death. His efforts to defend and rebuild England, combined with his commitment to education, justice, and peace, made him a ruler who was admired by generations to come. He is still regarded as one of the greatest kings in British history, a symbol of what can be achieved through wisdom, perseverance, and a deep love for one's people. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine the windswept plains of Wessex, the sound of Alfred's army marching into battle, and the quiet study of a king who, in the face of adversity, chose not only to fight but to build a stronger, more united kingdom. Alfred's story reminds us that sometimes the greatest kings are not those who rule through force, but those who rule with intelligence, compassion, and a vision for the future. In the vast deserts of West Africa, there once ruled a king whose wealth was beyond imagination, and whose empire stretched over thousands of miles. His name was Mansa Musa, and he was the ruler of the Mali Empire in the 14th century. Born around 1280 CE, Mansa Musa would rise to fame not just for the immense riches of his kingdom, but for the way he used that wealth to shape the world. Mansa Musa became emperor of Mali in 1312, inheriting a vast empire that included regions rich in gold and salt. Mali's wealth was legendary, but under Mansa Musa's rule, it would reach extraordinary heights. Gold, which was abundant in Mali, flowed freely throughout the empire, and Musa's wealth was so vast that some modern estimates suggest that at his peak, he was the richest person who ever lived. But it was not just the size of his fortune that made Mansa Musa's reign unforgettable. What set him apart was his ability to use his wealth for the benefit of his people and for the advancement of his empire. One of his most famous acts was his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324, which he undertook with an entourage so large that it stunned the world. His caravan consisted of tens of thousands of soldiers, officials, and slaves, and it included 100 camels, each carrying hundreds of pounds of gold. As he journeyed through cities like Cairo and Medina, Mansa Musa gave away so much gold that he disrupted the economies of entire regions, causing inflation for years to come. His generosity and grandeur became legendary, and he left an indelible mark on the world. However, Mansa Musa's greatness was not only in his wealth but also in his vision for the future. Upon his return to Mali after the pilgrimage, he focused on building the cultural and intellectual foundations of his empire. He brought scholars, artists, and architects from all over the Islamic world to Mali. The city of Timbuktu, already a trading hub, flourished under his patronage and became one of the world's leading centers of learning and culture. Mansa Musa built stunning mosques, schools, and libraries where scholars from across Africa and beyond came to study. The famous University of Sankore in Timbuktu became one of the most prestigious educational institutions of its time, known for its vast collection of books and manuscripts. Mansa Musa's reign also brought prosperity to Mali's people. He improved the infrastructure of his empire, building roads, bridges, and cities. He promoted agriculture, which helped sustain the empire's growth, and he ensured that his kingdom was a beacon of stability and peace in a time when many regions were torn by conflict. When Mansa Musa died in 1337, his empire was one of the most powerful and wealthy in the world. His legacy lives on not only in the riches he amassed, but in the cultural and intellectual institutions he fostered. Today, his name is synonymous with unimaginable wealth, but his true greatness lies in his ability to use that wealth to promote learning, culture, and the well-being of his people. As you drift to sleep tonight, imagine the vast Sahara Desert stretching before you, the endless golden sands, and the sound of a caravan of camels moving slowly under a setting sun. Picture the grandeur of a king whose wealth was not just counted in gold, but in the knowledge, wisdom, and beauty he brought to the world. Mansa Musa's story reminds us that true wealth lies not only in riches, but in the legacy we leave behind. In a time of castles and knights, where kingdoms were built upon the strength of their armies, there reigned a king whose name would become synonymous with battle and bravery. His name was Richard I of England, but history would immortalize him as Richard the Lionheart. Born in 1157 to King Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, Richard was the third of 5 sons, and from the moment he could walk, it was clear that his destiny lay not in the peaceful corridors of the English court, but on the blood-soaked battlefields of distant lands. Richard's early years were steeped in the politics of the Angevin Empire, a collection of lands stretching from England to France. His father, Henry II, was a powerful and ambitious king, but Richard was his own man, known for his fiery temperament and a deep yearning for adventure. Richard never had much of an interest in ruling over the English lands he inherited. His heart was set on the glories of war and the pursuit of honor. In 1189, after the death of his father, Richard ascended to the throne as King of England. However, he was not destined to govern in the way other kings did. Instead of focusing on his kingdom, Richard set his sights on a greater challenge: the Holy Land. The Third Crusade, a massive military campaign to reclaim Jerusalem from the Muslim forces, led by the formidable Sultan Saladin, was underway. Richard, already renowned for his skill with the sword, was determined to join the crusade and fight for the Christian cause. In the summer of 1190, Richard set sail for the Mediterranean with a fleet of ships and a band of knights. The journey was long and perilous, but Richard was resolute. He quickly proved himself to be a fearless and capable leader, inspiring his troops through countless hardships. His reputation as a brilliant strategist and a courageous warrior grew with each victory. He captured the island of Cyprus in a bold move, gaining a crucial foothold on the way to the Holy Land. As Richard and his army arrived in the Holy Land, they faced not only the heat of battle, but also the tactical genius of Saladin, who was determined to defend his kingdom. The two men, one Christian, one Muslim, would become legendary adversaries, their encounters and rivalry etched into history. The most famous of these was the Battle of Arsuf in 1191, a grueling clash in which Richard's forces decisively defeated Saladin's troops. Though Saladin was a skilled and honorable leader, Richard's military genius and sheer determination overwhelmed his forces. The battle was a triumph, but the Crusaders were still far from their goal of retaking Jerusalem. Despite Richard's military victories, the crusade would not end with Jerusalem in Christian hands. After months of exhausting campaigns and costly battles, Richard realized that Jerusalem could not be taken by force. Instead of pushing for an unrealistic siege, Richard negotiated a truce with Saladin, which allowed Christian pilgrims to visit the city freely while it remained under Muslim control. This decision, though controversial, displayed Richard's pragmatism and his ability to put the well-being of his people above his personal ambitions. But Richard's story was not confined to the Holy Land. During his absence, England had faced political turmoil. His brother John had plotted to usurp his throne, and even some of Richard's own subjects began to question his long absences. When Richard returned to Europe, he was captured by Duke Leopold of Austria and held for ransom. The sum was enormous: 150,000 marks, one of the largest ransoms ever demanded in history. England was forced to pay this staggering amount, but Richard was finally freed in 1194. Even after his return, Richard's reign remained turbulent. He continued to fight in France to secure his territories, but his health began to deteriorate. In 1199, while besieging the French castle of Calais, Richard was struck by a crossbow bolt. His wound, though not immediately fatal, became infected, and after several days of suffering, Richard the Lionheart died at the age of 41. Despite his relatively short life, Richard's legacy endured. He was not a king who left behind magnificent laws or sweeping reforms, but rather a king who defined what it meant to be a knight, brave, honorable, and relentless in the pursuit of glory. His life was a story of courage, struggle, and the eternal tension between personal ambition and the demands of leadership. As you lay down tonight, imagine the sound of hooves pounding the earth beneath the weight of a knight's armor, the wind carrying the distant cries of a battle fought for honor. Picture the gleam of Richard's sword as it flashed in the heat of the Crusaders' battles, his silhouette against the backdrop of a setting sun. Richard the Lionheart's story is a reminder that greatness often comes not from the ease of ruling, but from the fire of adventure and the courage to fight for one's beliefs. Long ago on the Korean peninsula, there lived a king whose legacy wasn't carved through battles or conquest, but through the beauty of language, knowledge, and compassion. His name was Sejong, and to his people, he became known as Sejong the Great. Born in 1397, during the Joseon dynasty, Sejong was not originally first in line for the throne, but he was brilliant, thoughtful, and deeply curious, a man who preferred books to swords, ideas to orders. When his older brothers stepped aside, Sejong was crowned king at the age of 21. From the moment he took the throne, King Sejong revealed the kind of ruler he intended to be, not one who ruled through fear or tradition alone, but one who listened, learned, and led with compassion. Unlike many kings of his time, he surrounded himself with scholars, poets, scientists, and farmers. He believed that a king's duty was to uplift every part of his kingdom, from the palace to the poorest village. One of Sejong's most remarkable achievements was born out of a simple but profound idea that ordinary people should be able to read and write. At the time, Korea's written language was based on classical Chinese, a system so complex that only the elite few could understand it. Sejong saw this as unjust. How could his people share their thoughts, record their lives, or learn the wisdom of their ancestors if they couldn't read? So quietly and carefully, Sejong gathered a group of scholars and began the creation of something revolutionary, a brand new alphabet, designed to be logical, easy to learn, and beautifully Korean. In 1443, after years of secret work, they unveiled Hangul, a phonic writing system of simple shapes that reflected the sounds of spoken Korean. Sejong declared it a gift to the people, calling it a script so simple that even a fool could learn it in 10 days. And indeed, peasants, farmers, and women, those who had long been excluded from the world of reading and writing, began to learn and share their voices. It was a quiet revolution, and it changed Korea forever. But Sejong's reign wasn't defined by literacy alone. He championed agricultural reforms, created fairer tax systems, supported scientific research, and even sponsored the invention of rain gauges and advanced astronomical tools. His court was a place where music was composed, law was refined, and truth was pursued. He was deeply spiritual too, promoting both Confucian values and religious tolerance. He listened to his people, often disguising himself to walk among them, to hear their concerns without the barrier of formality. Despite frail health, Sejong worked tirelessly until the end of his life. When he passed away in 1450, the people mourned not just a king, but a father figure, a man who had spoken to their hearts and minds, who had truly seen them. And now, as your thoughts begin to drift, picture the soft light of an early Korean morning, where scholars in silk robes sit beneath the shade of a flowering tree, gently tracing Hangul characters onto scrolls. Imagine the king himself seated nearby, quiet and thoughtful, listening to the wind, dreaming not of war but of words. King Sejong reminds us that the greatest leaders do not always leave empires, they leave legacies of understanding, inclusion, and love.